Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. There's a lot of crazy going on out there. I'm just making sure that that everything else is working. Seems like it is. So yeah, welcome to Risk Neutral Trading, my virtual trading journal. The point here is that everything I'm watching on my screens is captured on the video, and my voice narration provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. Mainly because I don't multitask well, and I want to focus on watching the market and trying to improve the trading rather than screen capturing and snapping and all those things that are required to maintain a journal through the day. And I believe journaling is important. So there's that up front. Second of all is I'm not in any way, licensed or authorized to provide financial or trade advice. And I have no intention of doing that. Also, there's a big delay on between YouTube and reality. However, I do trade Bookmap. On Bookmap, if I place a trade as yesterday or whenever, it's on my live AMP futures account. Again, because this is my virtual trading journal. So, the point is to capture in as much detail as I can what I'm thinking and doing at the time to try to improve when I review it. So take that on board for what it's worth. There's also a disclaimer in the description here. And another thing, finally, that there is no intention that this is my way or the highway. This is just what I'm doing now. And it's really, I really appreciate visiting the stream, logging on, like, subscribe, and contribute in the chat. Anybody has a good idea, I'm all ears. It's a learning experience and development here, to the goal of which is to develop and maintain a consistently profitable trading business based on probabilities and statistics, data, price data, and volume, just, as my business to support myself and my family. So there you go. Let's move on to the news so far for the morning. There's a bunch of reports out, actually. And those aren't them. So we've had core retail sales. We've got this stuff coming up. The early this morning was a non-farm employment change for March. I find this numbers interesting. The previous number, real number, was 66,000. The number is put out by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, a division of the government now headed by a White House employee. So they make the forecast at 41,000, and then the actual number, unrevised so far, comes in at 62. So there is a downtick in actual non-farm employment, but compared to the forecast, quote unquote, is a big uptick. I don't know. I guess what I'm doing is questioning the validity of the reporting now, and I'm not the only one that's done that. It's a shame, but that's what it is. And we've got 8:45. We got the S&P Global PMI coming out. Now, this is investing.com, which is my original news source. It only reports typical economic events: non-farm payroll, PMI, PPI, housing starts. Very seldom will you see something like this unless it's been scheduled well in advance. So there's that. You can filter this, and of course, for any place you want, and it's free. You can also check earnings, the reports that are coming out tomorrow, or like Friday's non-farm payroll is still on the schedule. It blows my mind. And you'll notice that any of the event titles turn into a URL when you hover over them. So if you want to know what the ADP non-farm employment change is, you can click on that link. And I just realized I made a mistake here. This is ADP, which is a big, hiring and payroll company. This is not the Bureau of Labor Statistics. So, I take it all back. Anyway, we have these other reports coming out. The other news source that I use is Financial Juice, also free, filtered however you want. They have a docket feature over here, which is a little less comprehensive, in my opinion, than investing.com. And then they have more of a squawk box idea going on the right side over here. Recently, the reason that I was using Financial Juice a lot, they used to pull these kinds of events into the calendar, and which were not pulled into the calendar in investing.com, but that which had the potential to disrupt our auction, press conference, executive order signings, that kind of thing. Anytime that somebody with some sort of horsepower got near a microphone, a lot of times these things would be pulled in. And it's not a political statement. That's a reality today. We are really not traders. We're risk managers. Your goal as a trader today is to maintain your account or preserve your account and hopefully grow it. But, the only way you're going to do that is risk management. And if you don't know about a risk, how can you manage it or prepare for it or, mitigate it? And recently, this past week, they have not been doing this, and I'm disappointed about it. I'm going to have to try to figure out if I'm going to continue with it. That's the only reason I really liked Financial Juice, frankly. It seemed to be a little more timely, and they would pull those non-traditional events into the schedule. So anyway, there we go. 8:45 will be the next event that's coming out, and that's PMI, S&P Manufacturing PMI. Okay, let's get on to round number 2. This is my charting package, and it is IRT, and this is Bookmap. I'm assuming you're familiar with both of them by now. IRT, Investor RT. First of all, any of the headers of any of my charts that you see over here has the chart name, who cares, the instrument, the chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So you'll always know what that is. If you can't read the watermark, which is the micro ES, micro NQ, the micro ES high time frame, micro composite chart. And this is just the ES, the mini market profile. I don't switch it back and forth. Now, I also track the same tab configuration for the, look at here, for the, whenever there's a big pop, it'll frequently do this. And I just need to do that. There we go. For the minis as for the micros, but I'm trading the micros now, so let's get back over there. Starting with the higher time frame, the micro composite chart here, and again, the header, micro, ES, daily chart, periodicity is day, and there's a session. Each one of these candlesticks is a day, one full day. There's yesterday right there. And there's Monday, and there's Friday, and Thursday, and so on. Wherever price overlaps, I draw a volume profile around them. You'll notice that there's no overlap here, and then we gap down again to here. And now these two did overlap, or three, so I've included those. And that's how I do it, and I stick to it as a process. Not right or wrong, is what I'm doing. And it's consistent. In so doing, then, the high and low volume nodes are these red and green areas, which push automatically to bookmap those values. And it automatically generates a microcomposite high MCVPOC. This little white nub right over here is where we're trading currently. Remember, this is RTH session, so there you go. So we squeezed yesterday and all the way up to here, and now we pull back a little bit, pulling back some. Volume is, what is the volume? Not so great, and we're trading about 3.5 points per 1 minute ATR. What do I think is going to happen in the pre-market? Well, we're gap up, so gap rules will be in force, and the squeeze is likely to continue unless some crazy, we are in a real crazy geopolitical or news cycle deal, period of time. Typically, I would say, well, overnight inventory is 100% long. I would expect some responsive selling to A, close the gap, and B, take profit on the open. But, we could just as easily have a gap and go. Hey, Antonio, bon dia. We could just as easily have a gap and go here. Pretty much yesterday. So, I don't, I guess what I'm trying to say is I don't know. My guess is just be real cautious. We're in a gap rules. Unless something dramatic happens in the next 15 minutes. But there you are. Now, the next order of business is bookmap, and that's right here. So this is where I trade live. My live account, let's put it that way. And the columns right to left are the dome, or the price ladder, or the order book, whatever you want to call this. These are session prices, and this is resting liquidity. These are limit orders. This has got nothing to do with trades. These are limit orders. Pulling and stacking. Trades are being executed. You can see that happening over here. 1s and 2s and 9s and 2s and 1s and, Now, the futures market is a zero-sum game. There are never more sellers than buyers or buyers than sellers because we trade contracts requiring one each. The way the price goes down, aggressive sellers come across the inside market and hit the bid. The way price goes up, aggressive buyers come across the inside market and lift the ask. That's a fact, Jack. So know that every time you put on a trade and you sell, someone is on the other side of that trade equally convinced that the market is going to go up. That should spark some thought, I guess. Here is the micro composite chart where I manually enter these values. Now here's the MCVPOC from the 19th of this past month. Welcome to April Fools, by the way. Boo. And we just took it out by a couple of points in the overnight. This was the gap we closed out yesterday, That's not true. Day before yesterday. Here's the gap low because here is yesterday's previous RTH high. And here we're trading now. The way I do gaps is the following. The previous RTH range high or low, and in this case high, gap to wherever it is we open this RTH session. If we open right here, right now, this would be the gap high. Now these gaps were filled long ago on the way down. I'm going to, what else we got going on here? Okay, so that's the RTH session. These are the high and low volume nodes, which push automatically to Bookmap from IRT. And this is the full session volume profile, which starts plotting at 1700 each evening and continues until 1600 this afternoon. This is not the ETH. This is the Globex or the full session. So don't be confused by that. It will continue to plot all day. This is Delta and RTH volume profile, which, you know, fingers crossed, will reset it at 8:30 this morning at the open. Statistics column, important to me, kind of, you know, I don't know, relevant or you're at this, with this dramatic moves we're having. The first thing I do is determine what I expect the statistic open type for today will be. Okay? And that's real simple. There's only two criteria. Here's price. If we opened right here, right now, how would that compare to the previous RTH close? Well, there's the close. So it's higher than the close. How would it compare to the previous RTH range? There's the previous RTH high, so we're higher than the range. So the next thing I do is change the title to what I expect the day open type to be, which is higher out of range. In other words, gap up. Then, you can't see them, but they're down there, I promise you. Maybe somewhere. Long way down. There you go. Here's some of the statistics from yesterday. And of course, the associated price levels are long gone. So we're going to clear that column out. And then we're going to go determine the statistics for today in a minute. Oh, my eyes are itching like crazy. And these are the session prices pushed from IRT to Bookmap. I share these levels, you know, with anybody that wants them for free. I start pushing them at 1700 on Sunday evening through 1600 on Friday. If you would like a link for these levels, comes from Google, safe and sound. Let me know in the chat. I'm happy to share them. A lot of people in the TLab and Static and wherever else use them, I guess. And this is the Bookmap chart or heat map, and it is notice there's no real indicators. There is only a few lines and levels, and they're, you know, I need to keep stuff simple, and they are price and volume and probability driven. So there's a POC for the full session, which is kind of a muted yellow, and a brighter yellow, which is the current or the RTH session. The POC meaning the point of control. I'm gonna try to do. This is why I don't multitask. I can't do two things at the same time anymore. Thought I put this over here, but maybe not. 310326. Okay, that's the naked volume point of control from last night, and we'll put in that statistic here in a minute. POC is just the point at which, the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So 6601, we've traded 3,532 contracts or something like that, 3,600 and some. The very second that one of these other prices trades one more contract, this line is going to move there. There is a RTH VWAP, or Globex VWAP and an RTH VWAP, and there's an RTH mid. Simple. the rest of the session, prices are just as they're described. The overnight high, the developing value area high, the overnight VPOC. There are a couple of levels that I'm trying to find here, but they're way below us. There you go. The initial balance high and low. Sometimes confusing because that name comes from the market profile world, but all these two levels actually are the high and the low of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. So yesterday, because these are from, we're in there, there's the high and there's the low of yesterday's RTH right there. Boom, boom. And then there's what we did. Now I'm going to reset all of this stuff in a second. I'll be right back. Okay, statistics. I think we're getting ready to do that one now. Ooh, I'm way behind here on my chores. Here, stand by one. Got something I need to do first. This is a snap for the TLab, which I do every day at 8:20. I do one every morning about 6 too with the reports, but I think I'm going to quit that one. I don't think it's pertinent to them anymore. So there you go. I'll think about that, but in a second here, I'll give you, okay, the TLab is a bookmap Discord chat room. Started and continues to be led by a fella named Tom B, who's been trading since, I think, 80, so it's like 47 years, going on 47 years, and obviously successful at it because he's still supporting himself in fine fashion, and I think a pretty good guy all the way around. A lot of good philosophies that I appreciate. It's not a trade calling room, or live trading, but it's a lot of good philosophies and constant dialogue and stuff. So it's called the Traders Lab. It's a bookmap Discord chat room. You're never solicited for anything, including a subscription to bookmap. And the guy's name is Tom B. Good crew of people in there. So there you go. And I used to be quite active, but I'm not anymore because I'm doing the stream, which is actually a suggestion, a roundabout way from the TLab, from Tom, actually, to focus on your market and your auction and narrate rather than, yucking it up in a Discord room. It's how I interpret it. And so that's what I'm doing. And I've explained why I stream, because I don't multitask well. So this works out perfect. And it's essentially was suggested. So there you go. Now, back to what the hell I was thinking about else, and I'm not sure what that was at this point, but make sure we're okay. All right. Well, I hope I had that on the right. That doesn't matter. Anyway, so it's probably important to be able to trade now. First of all, let me point out this is School Run Wednesday. Monday and Wednesday, I have to drop off at 9 o'clock and take Sweet Tam to school. It's about an hour. So there's that. But in order to trade with Bookmap, you have to activate the trade control panel right over here with this padlock button. and select a method you will use to interact with the application and trade with your mouse. And you do that by clicking right there. If you choose chart, the only place you can trade is the chart active data column. Dome, the dome columns, and both is, yep, just as you suspected, both of them. First thing you need to do, if you're using trade statistics, which I recommend because it's great. I don't care whether you push them to the web journal or not, but it's good to have what you get with trade statistics is this. Now, this doesn't have anything because I haven't traded today, but this is about as detailed a breakdown as you could possibly imagine for any trades that you've had in the day. And if you screen snap that or keep a journal up, there you go. So select the journal you want, and this will automatically turn itself on if you've selected a journal at some point, or whether you want it to or not. So that's just a caution. I next select the multi-brackets. This is where I implement the risk-neutral methodology, and the smallest risk-neutral package you can have is a 2-lot because it needs to be an even number of contracts. 2-lot, package size. The stop. Now, the stop loss in ticks should have been decided long before now. And my recommendation is that your first consideration is your account risk parameters. Volatility of the market, which I shouldn't have to explain to anybody what we got going on now, the instrument you're trading, etc. Assuming that these two are what you've decided, the first take profit target is easy. It's automatic. It's for half of the package. 1 lot, this is 2. If this were 20, it would be for 10. Got it? And for the same number of ticks positively as the stop is negative. What that means is when this first profit target is achieved, the worst you can possibly do on the trade is scratch. Unless you move your stop away from entry, then you have bigger problems. Yesterday, I got T1 and it came back on over the stop. So was a scratch. There you go. Once you have that figured out, and by the way, you can do whatever you want to do here and, get creative as you want. There's also a Execution Pro, which you can do a lot of pretty amazing stuff with over here, which, automatically trails to break even and a bunch of stuff like that. I'm going to leave that off for the moment. And I will close this now. The next thing that I do every day, we're going to open in a couple minutes, so I better hurry. Once you've decided on the package size and you have your multi-brackets in, all of the metrics that are important to me, in ticks, by the way, not dollars, I put them in ticks, are replicated up here. And you can turn these off and on if you want to. I want them on. So I've selected my multi-brackets, and I don't need any of the trade control panel tools anymore. I can re-click the button. It stays active because I've already selected a method to interact with the mouse. I get my screen real estate back. I get all the metrics. I get cancel and I get close, ready to trade. Now, because I'm going to be out of here in a few minutes, I am going to disable the trade control panel to prevent any mistakes, right? So that's where we are. We're going to open in about a minute, and let's hope that works all right. I probably forgot something, but you never know. Antonio, I hope everything's going good with you and your account, and that you're smoothed out with that, with your funded account. And Antonio has a funded account with Top Step that he took from his contract or combine to the funded account. So that's really great. I'm jealous. I don't even know what the hell I'm doing now. I guess I'm okay. It says we're live. It says we're refresh. Boom, there we go. It says the stream is streaming. That's a good thing. Gravity's still working. That's pretty cool. Real crazy stuff. Gap open. Ah, yes. Gap rules. What are gap rules? Well, we're going to open in 3 seconds. I'll tell you in a minute. And there we go. We're open. Did we reset? Not yet. Oh boy, I'm so excited. Why one day this goddamn thing works, this darn thing works, and the next day it doesn't, I don't know. I double clicked that to reset it, so, you know, I gave it 10 seconds. I mean, I realize that that's a daily or complaint and a probably boring as hell. Imagine what it's like on my side. The reason I'm real focused on having these reset properly is these things like POC and mid and VWAP and all of those kind of things. And the VWAP is not rebuilding, I don't think. I'll give it a minute to see if it does. That's supposed to be automatic too, and it's not yet. So this should have reset up here and be plotting across. It's worked for years and now it doesn't. You see that it is calculated properly on the volume profile, but it's not getting the message over to these guys over here, which is really irritating. So I'll do that quickly. And now we're into gap open again. I want to point that out. Wait a minute here. Close. I don't want to do that. We got this. Yeah, okay, gap. Making sure that I've got everything fingered out here. This is so freaking irritating. It's supposed to be automatic. I mean, the Globex is. This used to be for years. Now you see it's jumped up here and it's going to reset. Really irritating. Like, I don't know. It's going to recalculate. Anyway. There is a new production version of Bookmap out now. I forget which version it is. I haven't uploaded to it because there were some boys that said they did, and there was a big problem with break-even line and some of the other add-ons, which need to be updated also. But updates weren't available, so I'm gonna right now this, except for my usual daily bitch about the restart and stuff and the VWAP. Which is easily overcome. I am not going to upgrade until I understand that it's actually working. On the Bookmap or the IRT side of life, I need to change from this full session to the day session here, and I'll do that right now. And I do that to keep the relative session prices aligned properly. As expected. If I didn't share these with anybody, I could do what I want, but I do, so what are you going to do? So this is an everyday event. Now remember, as I said before, I don't change the market profile back and forth from micro to mini. And here's our open. Well, this is micros or minis, but anyway, same difference. There's our open. Here we are today in our little bitty gap right here. Are we going to slide up here and grab that naked POC? This gap has essentially been closed right here. Yesterday, we took out all these shorts. Hey, Anton, good morning. Oh, good for you. Are you, good for you, Antonio. And I've got to do that email. I got to do something and start getting some money made or go find another job. So this is getting serious for me now. I can't be Mr. Science Boy anymore. Nobody's paying the bills. What are we doing now? Where's the lazy blue boy at? That useless. That dog. The Blue Boy, top secret indicator called vertical line. Now this is something that I just purely selfish again. I put that line on the first print pretty close of every session. You'll see the first print of somewhere back here, Globex, there you go, or the overnight. This is just a visual clue or cue for me. If I glance left and see that line, I know that I have obviously the current trade right here, live market. I have the entire session in view, and that's important. Now, I didn't get around to the session statistics because I got all combobulated with the 9 o'clock thing and getting TAM moving, jabbering. So I'm going to input the statistics for the day, even though we've already, taken out some of them. Yeah, or soon will. And it's not cheating, I don't feel, because, the overnight high is the overnight high. There's no question about that. So that's that. The reason I'm going to put the statistics associated with the prices here is because of this is for the record and for the stream, etc. When I go back and look. Now, how I do that is here in Bookmap, whatever this is, IRT, the session prices. And here is the open type for the day, graciously highlighted by IRT because it's after 9:30. And you'll notice how all these texts are black. Well, as we start achieving these values or these statistics, they will change the text color to blue. So the way this works quickly, it looks back over the previous 1,709 trading days. Of these days, we opened higher and out of range, gap up, 423 of them. Of the days where we opened gap up, we revisited the overnight volume point of control 76.8% of the time. Boop. Wherever that went, over here somewhere, let's look. And it's right there, 76.8. Drum roll, please. And there you have it. That's how tough it is. Now I'm just gonna mosey down through these. There's the overnight high at 74.7. I'm just gonna mosey down through the list is all. And it's important to point out every time I do this, these are not hard, fast targets, lines in the sand, something, you bet the college fund on. These are probabilities, and I am sure that everybody understands statistics here well enough to know what probability means. Next one is previous high or low. Previous high is 65.7. Well, that's right here. And I can't seem to get those lined right, and that's irritating. In a hurry, I guess, and I got to be aware of the time and all that stuff. IB high. Now I can't, excuse me, I can't do anything about that because we've already had the open, and I didn't mark where the IB high was before. That's a bummer. Nor the low. Previous close is 48.9. Okay. God damn. On Alice. Get this right. And I guess the squeeze is back on, huh? That is pretty much the definition of gap and go. Now I'm going to do something here that's probably important, at least to me. And this is going to be the gap high for today. There we go. There we are. Gap high, gap low. By the way, I do them. Shoot your best shot, however you want to go after it. Overnight low is 36.4. Well, that's way down here in the corn patch someplace. Oh, and come on, girlfriend, get up there. All right. Let's call that okay for now. So we have Blue Boy on the job. We have the session prices re-jammed in here. Can't put the previous, well, we can put the previous RTH because we had that naked volume point of control. We've got the gap open, we got a gap and go. Oh boy, let's squeeze them. We're getting out of Iran. We're gonna, everything's coming up roses. What can I say? Here we are, IRT, the gap. Same story on the micros. Over here, we have a big, don't forget we got this string of singles down here, and now we got a new gap, so it's just coming up roses. The singles down here at 99s. And here we are in the higher time frame idea. I am not doing anything over here, except this is kind of interesting. This chart starts plotting. This is a ETH chart. This is the high and low of Asia, the high and low of London, and now comes the high, so far the high and low of the New York session, or the, RTH. The theory is London took out liquidity on the high side of Asia. We would expect to have them come down and take out some liquidity and then continue up, I guess. That's the thinking, as I understand it. So that's something I've been looking at, and I could do a bunch of different things like opening range trades and stuff over here, but I'm not going to think about that today or this morning because of the school run in 15 minutes. The opening range trade is set and ready to go. I'm going to do one thing here that I didn't do previously, and that is, in this case, I will set when we achieve T1 on any trade that's taken by the system in IRT simulated account and displayed on this chart, when it is achieved T1, 12 ticks, it will scale or trail to entry. Okie dokie. And then all these other parameters are already set. I'm not going to mess with them. Modify the rule. And modify the rule. Saving. And I'm suppose the lag is, bigger than the Bible. Yeah, pretty much. Okay. It's irritating. So here's price. There we are today. There's the gap. Once I get just about ready to go, I'll restart IRT, which seems to be eliminating the gap to some degree. So there we are. Let me make sure the girl's out of bed. All right. What happened? Okay. I don't know why I thought it was 5 to 9, but anyway, that'll get her going again. Yeah, welcome to the stream. Remember that it is YouTube, there's a delay. Any trades taken by the system here in IRT and graphed, plotted, are within the IRT simulated story up here. Account or, area, whatever you want to call it. And that's by absolute design and intention, because I'm not confident enough in my Boomer the coder abilities over here to take the next step from backtesting, which I've got no problem doing here. But when you go to live, there's a bunch of delays and communication back and forth between the software here, between IRT and the broker and the exchange. What was the order? When was it transmitted? Has it been accepted? Yes, it's been accepted. Now it's been filled. Here's the time, all that stuff. And I have no freaking clue how to do that. Probably won't. That would be what was required if you were going to algorithmically trade with the system. Now, using this over here, if I select the right account other than simulated, I could trade, like we do kind of normally with a platform. Enter a trade, close a trade, all that stuff. Because I guess they've got that figured out in the background, but I'm not going to. The reason I've set this up is I don't have a way to trade sim. I only have my IRT and my rhythmic data coming from AMP futures, and over here it's a live account. There's no way to switch it to sim and go, fingers crossed, I'm not really trading. So that's what I'm thinking about. What else? Let's see here. Welcome to the stream. As I said, like, subscribe. I have a question for you that we were talking about last night at the close, actually, Anton. And the more I thought about it, I actually posted something in Static and nobody responded. I don't hold futures overnight or multiple days. I don't have the account or the, inclination to do so. I don't know anybody in our trading level that does. So the question is, let me get back to something that might be more prevalent. The question is, who the hell are they squeezing? Who is this squeeze taking out? Who was holding shorts here and here and here? That's at a minimum of 3 days and over a weekend. That's the first question. Who's being squeezed? And my second question is, and who the hell is doing the squeezing? Typically, I think about it as the high time frame versus the lower, versus the retail folks. I don't know any retail people that are holding contracts all that time. Futures contract. In order to hold 1E mini through the maintenance period, which is the difference between the, when the RTH shuts down and the ETH opens up, is 26 grand for one contract. Micros is 2,600, of course, but never mind. I don't know anybody holding overnight, especially who the hell would hold overnight. But the basic questions then are, who's getting squeezed and by whom, in my opinion. So there you go. There's something to work on while I'm driving across, enjoying the driving experience in Houston this morning. Houston, Texas. No, I was on the wrong freaking one. Here's what I was talking about. Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday. Well, they started squeezing them here. Squeeze this one, and this one. I would be real curious to know who was holding all those contracts to be squeezed and who did the squeezing. So there you go. There you go. There's my deep thought for the morning. Convergent trading. Oh boy. This kid has got more darn he really looks at a lot of data. I don't know. I can't assimilate all that data. I have to try to work on the here and now. Blue boy, you're off duty, and you're out of sync, and that irritates me. Boom. Let's be a little more accurate this time. Sleepy eyes. Okay, boy, there we go. That's close enough right there. Yeah, I know. Compulsive, obsessive, compulsive. I got it. So here's our IB high and our IB low. They will continue to plot up and down until the first hour is over with. Remember that this is just the low and the high of the first 1 hour of the RTH trading session. Woo. That is also, that statistic after 9:30 is the first rule in my initial balance trade system, which is set trade starting over here. And this is the system. So there's only 3 rules. There's an A, a B, and a C. A and a B and a trigger, sorry. Not very imaginative, but, works. Here's IRT. They're poking down in the gap just a little, but not a lot. They don't have far to go. It's not a big deal, actually. Well, it is a big deal. It's, 15 handles here to close the gap. All right, I'm going to get my watch, got everything going on here for the school thing. Little things like pants and stuff like that. And more important stuff like make sure I've got my book map trade control panel set that nobody's going to step on the keyboard and take trades while I'm gone. You'll notice that at 9:30, wherever I am over here, these levels, pullback zones and stuff, which are over here, are just custom indicators so I can see what's happening where. You'll see that they will materialize and start plotting up here and be pushed across to book map. They'll be on either side of the IB high and the IB low. So if you wonder what that suddenly is, that's it. I'm really curious for somebody to explain to me who the hell's getting squeezed and who's doing the squeezing. I'm going to ask those guys at StatTech again, maybe TLab, I don't know, or Google, I guess. So I'm going to step away. Good luck. Have a great 1 hour. Ooh, I got to kick on the music here. I'll do that. So it's just off the phone here. Yeah, well, that's an interesting theory. So then my next question is then, because it's the futures market and it is for every buyer there's a seller, all this up movement, who's taking the other side of all that? High time frame, and then there's going to be a giant dump, you know? That's the question. I get it in stock and all that stuff because there's a pool of stuff, but in futures where it's a zero-sum game, that's pretty interesting. Oh, and the Iranian Foreign Ministry has come out with it very definitely denying the fact that they had requested a ceasefire. Jesus Christ, you can't, what do you believe, you know? Wow, I'm just looking at the news here. Sorry. Yeah, I'm still not clearing the squeeze thing. I get it, like, GameStop and all that kind of thing, and a bunch of Reddit guys get together and they're squeezing the people, whoever, BlackRock or whoever it was that was short that stock. I understand that stuff. But in a situation where for every trade there's a counterparty on both sides, then how is it, if there weren't a bunch of people short futures, how could there be a squeeze taking out stops? Who is short? That's, I guess, still what I still haven't figured out, so I need to do some studying about that. Thanks for the idea, though, that and the feedback. I think you're probably on track. I just have to get my head around it. And speaking of that, what else is going on around here? Somebody did something over here. I don't know what. I don't see, we're just tagging that MCVPOC up here from wherever the hell it was. Where'd my mouse go there? These school runs throw me all off. From the 19th. Okay. What's happened in my world over here now? Good talk. Wow, look at the volume. Holy smokes. And the volume and the ATR. Don't Paul. Actually, that's a pretty weird looking day. Well, we got 3 handles here. I guess that's probably part of it. This would have been, I can't wait to get to the IB and see what happened over here. Nothing happened because the stupid thing wasn't updating. Can that be right? No. That can't be right. What's going on? There we are. So there was a trade and a scratch. AB trigger. And actually, that's a pretty good thing. Weird, talk about a tight, weird market. Look at that. Got a VPOC migration here, it looks like, on the on this one. What do we got on this one? Yep, same thing over here. POC is at 64.30 or 66.34.75 ish, 35 ish up here. It isn't it hasn't migrated on Bookmap yet, which is interesting. What I'm doing is poking around over here, looking at whatever happened while I was out busy negotiating the Texas landscape. Interesting. Just floating along just under the London high. Can that be true? Yes, it can. So how that would interpret on my regular world would be right here. Now this is only flagging the ETH high, right? Which is anything from 1700 last night through the open this morning at 08:30 Central Standard Time, as all times are on my charts, or that I refer to. Whereas this little guy does London. Jesus, criminy, I can't talk. Asia, high and low, London, and the US. Let's see what this does. Well, this would have cost you money if you took the opening range thing, just, generally, unless you took an opening range fade. So 22 to 03, so it's a 21 handle range. Let's see if that's right. This is a weekly volume profile. And this damn thing doesn't want to update again. So I'm going to zoom back over here and restart IRT just to show them who's boss. It's a really weird state that we have gotten into here in this country. One that I certainly never would have imagined, having lived a while here and gone through quite a bit of time. Be right back. All right. Are we lagless? Lagless in Baltimore. Okay. And what's going on over here? Come on, wake up, everybody. There we go. Okay. Ooh, so is this double tweezer top up here? I guess it's a tweezer top. I don't know. It is on Bookmap anyway. That tweezer top is short right at the at the high and just above that point of control. Maybe. Well, no maybe about it. If you shorted up here, I would be risk neutral scale. Now, whether it's going to continue or not, that's a whole other story. Yeah, I think you're probably in good company. Like I said, if you'd have shorted that tweezer top, you know, right now you're 10 handles in, so I am not seeing, I don't have any traffic or inside from any other direction. I don't surf around. The only other site I have open at all is the static Discord, which is up above me on one of my other monitors, and I don't keep it up because of the lights. I just pull it up and down. But I don't, hang out anywhere else. The purpose of this is to focus on the market here, my market. You could say is a bar trade, isn't it? Mm-hmm. There's one big consolidation. Bar meaning breakout and retest. And a setup that I would really like to, not bear bar, I misspelled, I gotta remember it, change that. I was doing an ad lib in the chapter markers here, and I've got bear instead of bar. Anyway. And the theory is breakout and retest. So breakout, retest, breakout, retest. go in the direction of which, I don't know. At the risk of drawing a line and getting hammered with this dangerous column here, I would put a box around this thing, but I don't know how to. I'm scared. What I'm talking about is, and that just reminded me, I couldn't trade if I wanted to, because I have turned off the trade control panel. Meaning I couldn't do anything if I clicked anywhere. Now, if I choose the chart, to do this again, I do this pre-market, but here we go some more. If I choose the chart option to trade with my mouse, the only active area is this active data column. Notice how the mouse pointer is a $sign, and over here is usual arrow. This is the place you can trade, and this is one dangerous place, because if you accidentally click in here for any reason, trying to grab the chart, the prices and adjust them, trying to draw a box or a line or anything, you've got an order or a trade that you may or may not have expected. The dome is the second area where you can only trade the dome columns, and both is, both, right? And because I don't need the tools anymore, and I know this is the risk neutral package size, I have all the metrics here represented at the top. I can click the button again, and it stays green. I get my metrics, I get cancel, I get close all, and I get the real estate back. But be real careful. Now, I also have my keyboard activated, and that is right here. These are my keyboard setups. Now, these work anytime. Now, you see here, if I went to close this and accidentally missed that click button, or it was misinterpreted by the system, that would be a trade location or an order. Anyway. Just a word of advice: if you're going to trade with your keyboard, the application, the Bookmap application, must have the operating system focus for the keyboards to work, and that is universal with all operating systems. Apple or Windows, or I even think Linux. You've got to, obviously, if I'm doing something on, if I've clicked over here on IRT someplace, and then I glance over at Bookmap and want to enter a trade with the keyboard, the computer doesn't know what the hell I'm looking at. So you have to click onto the application here somewhere. So there's that. Yeah. What's going on? Well, that's the overnight. We're taking out those stats right, left, and center, huh? Now, this is why I need another, and I'm so desperately or frantically or... Nah, those are not good adjectives. I am so focused, there we go, on finding developing the next vetted strategy that is more flexible and repeatable. Obviously, the initial balance ones are clear, and I've got that pretty well worked out. They are not working particularly well in this market environment with this volatility, but they're clear and back tested and vetted. I need something else. That's why I'm looking for these other options, like opening range thing or some sort of I'm really trying to figure out a mean reversion idea and what those signals would be, because I need more. You don't go into the World Cup with one play. You know what I mean? You have a pretty robust playbook, I think. Yeah, this is definitely that would definitely be a counter rotation trend, absolutely. Or counter context, and that's the reason I have old Blue Boy over here on the payroll. I can glance left because I'm susceptible to that a lot, especially shorts. I am very definitely a preference short trader, and I don't know why. Hopefully I don't have a negative personality, but anyway. I think it's because early on in my trading business, career, life, whatever you call it, I realized that the market typically takes the stairs up and jumps out the window down. And I suppose I go for instant gratification, I guess. Anyway, as Antonio knows, I used to flag VPOC migrations. And I did that because wherever this thing migrated, I'd throw one of these flags on. And at that time, I was keeping 5-minute spread on the time frame down at the bottom here, the timeline. So these VPOC migrations were handy because I could see where the VPOC was moving. Now, I wasn't clever enough in the beginning to sequence them with a number, like at the beginning of the day 1, and then, on and on and on as it moves. So in reality, it was kind of meaningless. I'd end up with a whole bunch of flags all over this statistics column, and I didn't have a clue which was who. So I would have to scroll in or scroll out, however you want to look at it, and see what the migration of the VPOC had been since the open. Well, it then occurred to me, well, stupid, maybe instead of in and out and up and down and back and forth, just put Blue Boy on the job. I always try to, through the day, as price action continues, I try to keep Blue Boy in view. If I've got Blue Boy over here and the active data column here, this is the entire session. No question what the VPOC has done, and in this case, except for a couple of crazy Ivans here, it hasn't done pretty much anything. Up, up, down, and straight. So there you go. That's the history of the evolution of that. And the theory is, or my thinking here is that, as I anticipate at second thing that happened, I only trade vetted trades. Previously, I was trading discretionarily, and kind of winging it, making them up as I went along, IB with different rules for. And then I started trading strictly with a vetted trade. So that meant when you trade a vetted trade, you have you have a different perspective on the market. You're not, it's not hurry, scurry, and blurry, and you're busy trying to identify this, and does that qualify as what I think might be a trade, and I'm going to get down here. A vetted trade, you've got specific rules that you've thought about well in advance. You've tested out over here. You've vetted and done all of these things, like, for example, every one of these lines is a back test. Basically 498, 488 days, somewhere around 1,000 to 700 to 1,000 trades with specific rules. Well, if I have that in my mind, then I can sit here with this broader view, Blue Boy and the active data column, and anticipate well in advance if a setup is going to present itself or not. If it does, I can certainly zoom in. I'm not too worried at that point about where the POC has been or is, over the course of the session. So that's a brief description of how I've evolved to where this whole thing is and the thinking behind it. And these various levels here are the continuation, trigger, and pullback zones for the initial balance trades, which I have vetted. And they push from here on Bookmap, on IRT to Bookmap. When the next trade that's fully vetted, opening range or whatever is, I'll do a similar thing. Now, I don't want to end up with this thing looking like, VWAP Jesus' chart, which used to have, I don't know, like 50 or 60 lines zooming all around somewhere, because I can't keep track. This is real busy for me, actually. But I have ways that I can export the data with selecting which of these levels I want to push. So that's the thinking going forward. And right now, if it's looking too busy and I'm not too worried about an initial balance trade coming along anytime soon, I can always do that. Because the data and the levels here are the session prices, and they're always the same. What is not reflected in this cloud note column are those continuation and pullback zone story associated with the initial balance trade or setup. I don't know if any of that makes sense, but that's where I'm at. Got a naked volume point of control up here from that long time ago. Oh no, 25th of last month. Well, that's not so long ago. Never mind. Boy, this bad boy is riding that 2 standard deviation, isn't it? Ooh. All right, what's right mouse button here? I point out something here that I, may or may not matter, but I was looking up at an open up static, and one of the fellows up there was berating himself for not doing what he thought he should do, and my reaction was despicable and stuff like that. I didn't say anything there, but I do want to get it in this or whatever it's worth. It's pretty much a proven fact, and I definitely believe that your subconscious mind believes what you tell it, especially what you write or articulate out loud. You keep telling yourself you're despicable or an idiot or a loser or whatever else, and your subconscious mind goes, oh, okay, we're a loser. Now, that may be way too touchy-feely for anyone, but, throwing it out there. I believe that, and I am real conscious, as much as I am conscious to not allow Monkey Boy to run away with the office, when I'm having FOMO or whatever else. I believe that the same goes for telling yourself, consistently reinforcing negative thoughts is, I think, a real bad deal. And I suppose it might have something to do with our monkey wiring, our neural pathways that have come down through this evolution. I know FOMO and all those Monkey Boy things are that we all recognize, and chasing and fear of missing out and want to be right and all those kind of things are definitely in your wiring. And you're not going to get rid of them. But you need to be aware of them and not act on them when you're trading, especially. And I think the same goes for telling yourself you're a loser or you're a bad person all the time. I think that needs to be a conscious effort to not do that. Just, little psychobabble there. But I think it's important. Okay. Well. Nelly Bell. So we're musicking. We're not getting anywhere over here in trade world. What's going on with this noise? Well, they took out the London liquidity here, finally. of course, as with any rear view mirror wizardry, magic, whatever, these are all different trade signals and stuff I've coded up to try that, which I have also got a trade system that I can backtest them for. But anyway, it's so clear, isn't it, that this opening range fade was just a perfect setup, and right down to the the lows, and tested this area here and the Asia high, and now we're way up here at the top. I mean, yeah, that's rearview mirror trading at its finest, right there. And no, I don't condone that, or I try to stay a long way away from it. If I could figure out a way to do it and make money, I'd be all over it like stink on crap, but I don't think I haven't figured that out yet. I haven't figured that out yet. somebody was asking me if I'd gotten on the IBC trade, which when you look at it on any kind of a level like this, Renko chart, and we come up through it, test it, and keep going, but then here's the other one that they're talking about. And for me, that's not a signal because price is approaching the initial balance high from the top, which in my opinion is long way Corrigan. Here would have been an IB failure, actually, which is the mean reversion, and it reverted exactly back to the mean. Just about classic, huh? Look at that. Now, why didn't any of that show up over here? First of all, the trade that was activated by the system is gone because I restarted IRT. Should have made a screen snap of that. I'm sorry. And the difference here that worries me, I guess, now this is the trade that took A, B, B, and then that would have easily been a stop, assuming these were the triggers. And over here, it's approaching from the top. Now, you see the difference that this makes? There's one trade down through the IB, then up. Wait, let's get rid of that. What are you doing with that? The IB doesn't get into a pullback zone, waits till it gets clear up here, and then doesn't come to a trigger, and up it goes. But if you look at it on this level, it looks like it makes perfect sense, doesn't it? Time frame makes such a difference. Now, typically, what I've done here in the past in backtesting these is a 1 minute chart and a 1 minute backtest. But I got, it's kind of, I usually talk about this in the 2 o'clock hour, you know, right after the power hour about the backtesting. But just quickly, there's 2 different ways that any backtest engine works. One is a bar replay, even TradingView and Sierra Chart and everybody else. I mean, maybe there's a custom coded up like Quant Connect or something like that that doesn't, but most all of them have 2 separate methods. One is a bar method, typically what they use when they're going forward, when they're actually backtesting. And the way that works is it does not look at interbar price movement. For example, try to use an example here, this one right here. When it gets to this bar, it's going to know high, low, open, close. Okay, open and close are sequential, that's obvious, but it's not going to know whether the high happened before the low or the low happened before the high or how that worked. So if you had some sort of a rule intra-bar where you want to, you know, catch a specific level and you don't know how that worked, here's a great example. Here's the open, there's the close, there's the high, and there's the low. It doesn't know if it went down to the low first and then up to the high and then down to the close, or did it go from the open up to the high and down to the close and back up to the, you know, back down to the low and back up to the close. Get it? So it only backtests on the result of the bar, and you have 4 options: open, high, low, close. So if you want to have more of a precise, this is my thinking, if I want to have a more of a precise and more accurate reflecting backtest, I step down into lower increments, seconds, for example. The other method, which takes a long time to backtest over a big data set, is basically a replay, where it goes back to the beginning of that data and it replays the data as if it were a bookmap replay, or, you know, a replay on IRT where it's actually trading along, and then the system is taking the trade as that happens. So there you go. I mean, when this used to be, and I have noticed a big difference in the trades that are taken from 30 seconds and 1 minute, and it's got to do with that bar thing. And I know that the IRT backtest engine is the bar only. Every 30 seconds, it evaluates the price of the high, low, the open, high, low, and close. And if anything is evaluated true, there you go. Bob's your uncle. So there's that. Well, it seems like my system's out of whack once again. And I'm not sure what to think about it. I have typically always assumed IRT to be the source of truth, right? And here are the session prices from IRT. And there's the RVPOC. Now we've had this conversation a few times yesterday, the other day, Anton and I, here in the stream. And here's what Bookmap's got for it. Quite clearly, here's IRT. Even now up here, or if you want to look at the if you want to look at the Renkos, there we go. There we are. And there we are. 66.37 half. Boom, 66.37 half. And I'll be the first to say I don't know why. Or that could be. If you look at just, common sense, The POC, as I talk about and I hope you understand in the pre-market, is nothing more than a marker of the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. So, as far as Bookmap's concerned, 5290 here is the most contracts that have traded in the RTH session at 6609.75. This is 46.42 or something, in the middle there at 66.36. Clearly not as many contracts as down here. As down here. Well, at least 1,000 or 8 or 500. So what I am afraid of is, and what I talked about near the open, if this volume profile doesn't reset precisely and at the same time as IRT does, which there's no question about when IRT changes the system, changes over, sessions, because it's pushed directly from Bookmap from IRT without any question at all. But if this is late, how many contracts traded at that price? You know what I mean? I think that makes sense. But I can tell you one thing, it's freaking disappointing. Pay a lot of money for this stuff, and then I expect, and silly me, I expect it to work. What a fool I am. Who's got what for the POC, RTH POC? Maybe we'll just do a vote and take the general consensus. I don't know. Make it a democracy. And unfortunately with Bookmap, you can't just re-download the data like you can quickly with IRT. If I want to re-download all the MES data, all I've got to do is go like that. Boom. There we are. 2,000 days of 1 minute data and three days of tick data in the blink of an eye. Bookmap, no. There's no... And I am paying for DT and IQ historical data, which in my opinion should be exactly the same for both platforms. Which is also kind of a pisser. If I pay for it once, why do I have to use it twice when I'm using the same data? But there I go being logical again. I'm wondering what I could do about that. Obviously, I need to look at something else. I think it's Bookmap's problem. Clearly. So tired of silly shit like that. I mean, there should be other things to focus on, trading, making money, rather than sorting out inconsistencies. Yeah, we do. If you want to be real picky about it, that's almost, well, I don't want to say anything because of the data, and I just got through talking about that, but 3-bar reversal. One thing I will say, though, and this is, once again, this is based on the data. For this particular chart right here, if I just looked at this out of no place, I'd say we got a lot more upside. And the reason for that is there's no taper at the top of this profile. The auction was just whacked off at the knees, in my opinion, compared to the bottom. And that, if you look over here on market profile, it looks worse. What the hell is going on? Now, same story with the NQ, which makes me kind of wonder, is something going goofy with the data? Let's look at the regulars. It's the same on everything. Typically, that's an incomplete auction, and we, at some point, come back and do one of these numbers. If you look around here, you don't see any flat tops or flat bottoms, pretty much, that haven't been resolved somehow. Whether that means anything or not, that's just, that's just, I guess that's just an observation from standing around looking at these things for a long time that struck me. I think what I will do here, just to make sure, if we've got the we got the VPOC issue, we got the flat tops going on. What do we got for the top? Flobex high is 66.94. Yeah, same idea. It doesn't look quite as pronounced over here, but you get the idea. On Bookmap, I was gonna say I'm gonna download the data, but well, I guess it doesn't matter. I don't have any pending trade signals to worry about. So yeah, why not? This is how you download, this is how you download 2,000 days of 1 minute data and 3 days of tick right here. Watch this. Watch up here. I guess it took. I don't see it doing anything up here. And I don't see a lag. Maybe IRT's got its knicker in or not. There we go. There we go. Watch that go. This is only downloading into IRT, of course. It's not affecting the data at all on Bookmap. Took 43 seconds, and now it'll update all the calcs everywhere. And I did not, that's only the MES. I did not do the NQ or the regular, the mini. But we still have the same situation. We've still got the flat tops living over here. And, aha, the POC, look at the POC. Something's wrong. See that? Now the POC after the reboot's down here. So there was a something or another with the data. God damn. Now the next thing I can do, which is, we'll just do database stuff. Scrub the data, heavy. Let's see what that does. I mean, the POC being off by 30 handles is a pretty big deal to me. I think that's pretty crazy. And that's the scrub is over with there, so it's staying down there. The next thing I can do while we're on this subject is a database wizard. Watch this. Yeah, I'm trying to straighten out this POC story myself, Anton, as you probably heard. And I'm just kind of fluffing along with these different. So here, this is pretty cool. Did you notice that it also tells the expiry date of these contracts? It's got a lot of handy stuff going on in this thing, but obviously something basic like where's the frickin' POC? Really? That's kind of a biggie. And why in the world that wasn't in the right spot? Well, that should be done. POC is still down here at 6610, which just happens to be exactly where it is in the book map. However, we all just saw earlier that it was up here. And what is this silly shit deal here going on for? Let's try one more thing here. These are the magic little tricks I do that straighten out goofy printing and stuff like that. So this is the full session now. POC still stays where it was. This thing is something I know what to do. And now we're going to go back to, I'm going to go back here. And there we go. This is the overnight the overnight VWAP. If I can get it to come up. It's this guy right here, Globex VWAP. Apply. Boom. It should go away. Why it did not, I don't. There you go. So now it's gone. And put it back over here. This is just, I only have these two levels on coming from the session prices. This is not what's being pushed to the to Bookmap or to the users there. Now you see it drop down over here. It's having a hard time calculating stuff. Weird, and it is in the right spot compared to the other one, according to Bookmap, but that kind of crap is annoying with a capital A. I give up. I give up. No issues here on the minis. That's pretty typical, actually. And you notice the POC here? Doing exactly what it was doing before on the minis. Now let's look over here. This is just basically wasting time, I guess. but I'm not doing any trading, so okay. The minis. And here is now on the minis in Bookmap, the POC is at the same price. Oh, yeah, it is the same. And here's something for you to know if you're new or whatever to Bookmap. Anytime you change instruments, it resets the trade control panel to off. So if I jump back here and think I was going to smack a trade real fast on the mini, I was going to be in for a big surprise. Got to go like this and got to put them back on again. And then you're okay. That thing's got to be green or you're not trading. Keyboard, mouse, telephone call, you know, VHF radio, nothing. +1 rejection on the trending higher market. Are you talking about these, I guess, here and here probably, right? Yeah, I'm busy wondering why. That is pretty weird. At least it's consistent. It may be wrong, but it's consistently wrong. I guess that matters. Jesus. And of course, if I was only using one platform or one thing, I wouldn't have any idea about any of that. I would just be seeing one thing and think it's the truth. Okay, my favorite time of day, I'm gonna go fire up the broom and go right around the neighborhood on my witching deal. Oh, it's April 1st too. Happy April Fool. Whatever happened to you. Yeah, I'm gonna step away, go get some fresh air, shower, do all that kind of thing. And come back to this. Until, if you come up with a brilliant strategy that I can use to vet, that's got not some complex bunch of rules that I could never probably figure out how to code, please drop it in the chat and let me know. As I said in the pre-market, you may have not heard, this is not my way or the highway. This is what I'm trying to do now to achieve and maintain a successfully continuously profitable trading business based on probabilities and volume and common sense. So I'm all ears for any suggestions. Absolutely. I'll be right back. You have a good one. Here we go up to the highs again. Muted, I think. What I was saying was we're just, plowing through them. Now we're gapped up here, and we haven't closed that gap, by the way. But we're back into this consolidation range right here, right at the POC of it, actually. We've already taken out the micro composite VPOC of this consolidation. And what are we going to do now? Well, I guess as Anton was explaining, since these are derivatives, and I suppose options as well are they are derivatives of the underlying. Perhaps if the squeeze is going on with the underlying, which can be participated in by pretty much everybody. And then these are the resultant hedges and stuff off of that, I guess. I have to think about that one. That's as close to making sense as anybody's been, so I appreciate it a lot, Anton. And I'm not saying that people haven't made sense. I'm saying that I understood. Let me put it that way. And I'm going to get a little R&R here and be right back. definitely teasing this two standard deviations off the VWAP. I'm not sure when that's gonna work its magic. Well, all right, I'm off. So capitulation, is it, or what happened here? From the point of view of my trade, there's no, where am I? Everything on right? Open and everything? Yeah. Back here. Wow. Well, there's a couple of IB trades that were taken that neither one of them turned out to a hill of beans. They're both zeros, I guess. Both scratches right here while I was away. But they're pretty accurately signaled, I guess. Oh, and this was a long, huh? What a shame. Because of that right there. You see that B? I signaled this long. Now, this was a B to the short side, but we didn't get the trigger. Otherwise, what a pleasure, huh? So I need to readdress these things. And to be honest, I think this is where I'm going to have to start putting my thumb on the scale, kind of. So they're going to take back damn near the whole day so far. Well, there's a 26% chance that we'll get both a IB high and low right there. 26.7% probability. We've already achieved one, right? Obviously. Now, in a video that or a webinar that I heard from FT71 or Murat Askar years ago, his theory was this was a great long because you have a 26% probability, or in other words, an 83.3% probability that you will not achieve the IB low, meaning that it would reverse to some degree, probably back to the POC. Never traded that way myself. And what was this one? They finally decided that, oh, maybe the war is not over and the economy is not great. I mean, what happened here, you know? Let's see. What have we got for snooze? So they say that we're not progressing, but Israel is undermining all the Trump rhetoric. Oh, and now Trump is going to threaten the Europe over with Ukraine if they don't come clean up his mess in the Hormuz. Jesus, those strike me as just sophomoric high school bully kind of, or maybe it's New York gangster guy kind of things. I just find that so, I find that pretty strange. Yeah, they're going to do something here that's not going to be nice. Oh, here you go. Here's that didn't make it to the bottom. And so far, that's 10 handles right there. Well, I'm certainly glad this dress is happening at 2000 this evening, because I assure you I will not be paying attention to that. I mean, it seems pretty meaningless to try to attach some seriousness to these briefings and stuff. They two or three different people in the administration say different things, and we're sending warthogs and thousands of Marines, but we're not going to invade, or we're not going to have boots on the ground, and the war's going to be over in 3 weeks. Pretty weird. Pretty weird. Pretty weird. Ooh, I'm back early. I should have not usually back until about 1400. No trades here for me. I would not have taken these IB trades here, because it's just a chop up and a little consolidation on the way down. The system that I have coded up doesn't look back very far. It doesn't. I've tried to factor in context, but this is, a classic example of it's not looking back nearly far enough, because these longs are not seeing any of this. And I don't know how to do that. That's the weak link in my vetting process, is knowing how to do longer term stuff and how to code this stuff up. I really wish I knew how. I mean, any of these, look at these shorts, any one of them would have been just breathtaking. Doesn't look like much over here in Bookmap, but you got to remember that this is 30 handles right here. Well, here to here is 20 handles. Not ticks, handles, mind you. So yeah, pretty amazing. Well, the consensus by everything I find on the news is that Trump's going to pull the plug on Iran, the Iran deal tonight. It'll be interesting to see what happens there. I'm not sure what to think about that from a trading point of view. Yeah, I was trying. What I see in the news was down here, Anton. But just based on the time, you know. But there's this big speech that he's talking about tonight at 2000 Central, which everybody pretty much is believing is going to be him, you know, obviously declaring victory and declaring war, you know, regime change and all that stuff that most people who are in the know about that thing don't believe happened. Obviously, they didn't change the regime. They just changed one or two people, I guess. But anyway, so that seems to be the consensus, and then just pull out. Maybe a little more destruction as the Middle East wants them to continue for a week or so, and then be done with it. A Marine or a retired general, head of intelligence for CENTCOM, was interviewed, and there's the troops that have been sent over there are only maybe to be applied to some of the littoral islands that are just nearby in the Strait of Hormuz, perhaps Island Chog or Karg or whatever it's called, but certainly not any kind of a ground invasion force. It's just what this person said. I'm not saying I know that, but basically capitulate, you know, go over there, break everything, and then mission accomplished. hand it over to the people in the region to clean up the mess, I guess. Pretty it's a shame, but it doesn't sound, you know, kind of fits with everything else, I guess. So we'll see what happens. I'll be standing around the machines here at 2000, that's for sure. Not sure if I was muted or not, but here, this is a pretty big deal here. And this crap about Iran or Ukraine. Well, one of the important points that that retired general, who in intelligence specialist at CENTCOM, who, by the way, was a woman, much to Trump's and Hake's chagrin, I suppose. And Bolton also. The Straits of Hormuz are not closed. The reason that the bigger ships, and particularly that affect the oil from here, is the owners of the shipping lines and the insurance people are backing off the potential risk. Chinese boats, non-combatants, are sailing back and forth and up and down all day long, according to this reporting. And as one person said, well, if America just drops this mess and walks away from it, there's one major world participant that is just foaming at the mouth to go in there and rebuild everything and take full advantage of it, and that's China. So he has probably given China the biggest boost up in years, right? According to this, and this was reporting John Bolton, and I don't know the general's name, I didn't catch it, and two other, top-level think tank, ex-high security, ex-military, intelligence people, just in a, round table discussion kind of. Yeah, I agree. You're completely right. They don't care about I don't think the market really cares about anything other than money. And as we were discussing once before, when they had that big non-event, which happened on Friday morning at 10 o'clock a couple of months ago, where Trump accused China of doing something, I don't remember what, and threatened that he was going to impose 100% tariffs. All on Truth Social, all with a post. None of which was true and none of which happened. China hadn't done anything and he didn't impose anything. The market sold off 229 handles that day, starting at that time. Strictly looking for a catalyst, I believe. I don't know what I'm doing. I'm standing here all busy thinking about taking a trade, and I realize it's 2:30. And that's not in the ballpark. The end of day rules would close it out before it even got started. Not that it has done so, but the system won't take anything, and I would be pretty hard pressed to do that, to do one manually. That's pretty funny. So, well, I've got the end of day rule to prevent trades after actually at 2:30 it would close any positions that were still on the system, it would close out. And yeah, I guess the next thing to do is the daily recap, kind of. It's pretty crazy. Well, there you go. That's about the best way to look at today. Gap up, barely look back, and here we go. And then, well, maybe not. Maybe so. What is this? A 1, 2, 3, I guess? Reversal? I don't know. I never could do those. And neither of the signals have been taken, even if I were going to try to take one in these last few minutes, but that's typically not something I would ever do, or that I ever do, trade that I make. I'll be looking tonight, though. And get over here and see what we did. Get Blue Boy awake over here. There he is. Not much trade. You see that? Not a real violent session, actually. I'm closing right up here on the, not the POC, but up here near the VWAPs anyway. I guess the market's maybe holding off to see what happens tonight. I don't know. The bigger picture here in the micro composite. Now these tabs are, you're new. These tabs are. This is the micro ES, the micro NQ, micro ES, micro composite chart, and the mini ES market profile. I don't change it back and forth. See, this morning we gapped up, took off, and haven't gotten close to closing. Have a pretty tight range, and I believe light volume. Yeah. Pretty light volume all day, and we're down here around 2.25 points ATR on a 1 minute chart. One thing about the IRT charting, if you are new here, is the header of all of my IRT stuff has the name of whatever the chart, which is meaningless to anybody but me. The instrument, chart type, the periodicity, and the session. So that can easily be gleaned from any of these. And I do the same the same tab configuration for the minis as I do the micros here. Back to the micro. Well, there's there would be a B signal right there. If it comes up to the trigger, I'll have to think about this. Let's watch here. Let's see what's going on. Well, there would be the trigger, but it won't take because it's been all wiped out and there's the trigger, actually. It's been nullified by the end of day rule right over here. So the system's not participating in any of this, but I'm standing here looking at it thinking, should I be doing this? I don't know. I don't think getting into a trade at 14.35 is a smart thing for me to do, and I'm going to let discretion be the better part of valor. Now, let's just call it that I got short at the IB high up here, at the trigger. Let's just call it the IB high for a reference. It's not scaled yet. Close, but not quite. And trade would be right. Actually, the trade would be at the trigger zone here, which is about 27.5. So we need 3 points for the risk neutral scale. The way this system works, just over here in Bookmap, is the A here is trades in the correct direction through the IB. Then we have a pullback to the pullback zone, which is the B signal. Then it comes up to the trigger zone, and then you should be in the trade, and down you go. Well, it would not be scaled yet, so let's see what happens to it over here. And I'll get on with we'll remember that, and then I will get on with the I'll tell you what we'll do here. Actually, I'm gonna go to the horizontal line. The horizontal line here at the trigger. Call that the entry. Now remember that if we get right up here, that's a stop. Hasn't reached the scale yet, so this would be getting stopped out. This is just hypothetical, so let's get on with the market wrap. Here's the squeeze that started yesterday, right here, and today. It makes perfect sense to me just looking at it on the bigger scale. Remember, this is the micro composite chart, which is a daily candlesticks. Each candlestick's 1 day, and wherever they overlap, I pull a volume profile around them, and that generates the high and low volume nodes and micro composite VPOC, etc. And that's what's going on down here. And these red and green lines represent the values for the high and low volume nodes. Micro composite POC. We put the squeeze back up here to this consolidation and fell off. What will happen after that? Don't know. And interestingly enough, if you notice this chart right here, this high volume node is for only this micro composite chart, right, with the POC, which was just taken out. And if you notice this black profile over here, that's for the entire data. That is the volume profile going back to June 29th of 2018. 2018. Of course, the MES M6 contract wasn't back then, but it's working on the continuous contract. So there's that. And this is a high volume node, a fairly high volume node within that huge data set. Interesting. And then this is the volume profile, or the market profile. And we did address that flat top to some degree. This is where I was talking about the flat top. We did push it up. Just my general awareness of watching charts for a long time. Very rarely do you see a profile that's just flat on the top. It's like the market got shut off before it was, or the auction was just shut off before it was complete. Look at all these profiles. Very seldom do you see one that's just flat, especially at the IB, at the market, at the value. So, That seems like that's not a problem anymore, but we never even got close to closing that gap, so that's still an open thing we have over here. And that means that today's will not be included in the previous market micro composite. We'll have to see what happens tomorrow, whether we continue or not. As here, this is not included. We got down here, and these guys have stacked up. Now we're back up here. So let's see what happens. On the other front, the rest of the world, well, the big deal is this right here. 2000 is 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. He's going to address the nation, and most everybody says he's going to pull the plug on this war thing, which is going to be just basically we just went over and killed a bunch of people and blew shit up and didn't accomplish anything that I can see. What did we accomplish? I don't know. I'm asking in a serious manner. Killed the Ayatollah. Okay. I don't know. Anyway. Now, the trade, by the way, would have been stopped out, so aren't I glad I didn't do that? I'm going to listen to myself. And there was never any signal for a continuation, by the way. So this is what all eyes are on, I'm assuming, tonight at 8 o'clock, and there could be some fireworks around in the ETH. I mean, there's been a lot of action in the ETH anyway, but this could have something to do with it. So here we have tomorrow's reports. Initial jobless claims at 7:30. Continuing jobless claims, that's the short list of reports for tomorrow, and that's because Friday is going to be non-farm payroll and it's Easter Friday, so I'm still a little bit puzzled about that one. But let me explain what I understand once again. The ES, the futures market, the indices are going to be open as normal on Thursday. RTH session closes at 1600. The ETH session for Friday's trade will open at 1700, just like normal. Trade all night until 8:15 in the morning, when it will close down for the weekend, for the Easter weekend. So that means that non-farm payroll, if they go ahead, will be released with 45 minutes of trade before the market closes for the weekend. For a long weekend, I might add. I looked up the rules, and it says typically if there's a holiday, they push the report off till the next Friday. But the rules generally state that, I mean, the actual rule that the labor statistics is supposed to follow is that the report is released 3 weeks after the final accumulation of data day. It's kind of vague, but you can Google it. That's what I did. So, just briefly, I mean, just the overview then. This is investing.com, which is the old-fashioned reporting that I like. And I like the format of it so that I can do the postings and stuff, screen grabs and things like that. It's free. They only report typically traditional economic reports, non-farm payroll, PM, CPI, CDP, all that stuff. Except if there's an unusual circumstance that's been scheduled well in advance, which is highly likely to have an impact on the markets, and that's been done right down here with Trump. Typically, they don't pull any of his normal, signing of, what's he call them, executive orders or any of that. None of that stuff is pulled in here, but this particular one has been scheduled a couple of days, so it is. The other news source, and it's free, by the way. That's why there's all these ads. The other news source is Financial Juice, also free. Also has a calendar feature. Usually pulls more of these random market risk potentials into the schedule. That's why I like why I actually have Financial Juice up to try to keep track on what these guys are doing and what risk we're facing in the middle of the day. And then the right side over here is more of a squawk box where you see these basic running narrative, and this is where we'll have the this is where we will have the market on close imbalances at 1450. So all eyes are on this report tonight and this craziness that's up and down and back and forth. I don't know what to tell you, it's embarrassing. Frankly, embarrassing. Nothing happened on our little world over here. This is the Asia high and low. Get away from here. Where we go? Asia high and low. Europe or London high and low. In New York. Weekly market profile. So this continues to build as we go. You see that this was the first, this was last week, and here we go so far in this week. There's last week's. Only got Friday. Just something new to look at, something new that might provide some perspective, I think. Okay, so now we're just going to stand by for the market on close imbalance. I hope that you had a successful day, or that you were at least patient and learned something. Remember that this stream is every day, every trading day at 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. It's my virtual trading journal, and I start with a pre-market, set up all the both softwares and the trade control panel, and pull the statistics for the day, and go through the session prices and pre-market and what we would expect perhaps for the pre-market trade, what has happened so far, what I would imagine would happen at the open, and then it's live and continuous from 8 o'clock Central Standard Time until 1500. The reason for that is, for 7 hours, the reason for that is a firm commitment to take no trades off of the stream without full accountability. And on the bookmap side of life over here, any trades that I place are live on my live, fully funded AMP futures account. Backtesting stuff on IRT is within the IRT simulated account, and I explained all of that later. So I do every day, so no reason to go over it. But I'm not a good enough coder to have confidence that I've got it worked out correctly. That you have the computer, throwing my money around. So there's that. I'm going to show you something. Oh yeah. And if you're not familiar with how I do it and how Bookmap does it, now I do that every freaking time. This is how Bookmap plots a trade. This was yesterday. First of all, this was a fat finger right here. Target T1, target T2, stop. The minute I recognized that I had entered wrong, it wasn't a fat finger. I clicked left instead of right. I clicked long instead of short. This was an IB short. Exactly. There's the A signal. There's the B. There's the trigger, and I got short. Well, And so the minute I realized that, I quickly hit cancel, or close and cancel. Close for the order and cancel for the trailing or the stops and the targets. And then, just to confirm, and then immediately entered the right direction. Well, got scaled and got stopped. So it was a scratch. Complete waste of time. But this is how Bookmap plots a trade. This is the break-even line. These are the stops, the targets. And then at the end of every day, I capture the entire shooting match and the trade statistics down here, which are broken out to the microsecond, and a screen snap that goes in the journal, and that's all included in the stream. So 100% transparent and fully accountable, live trade, real money, boom, whatever you want to do. Micros, no question about it. But hey, why don't you give me your money and I'll trade them live on the bigs, man. $250 a point. $50 a tick. What is this now? Okay. And now they're going to go the right way, right? Isn't it funny? This would have been a trigger, as we said. There's the stop plus a bunch. Now they're down here. Well, this is what you don't. This is why I don't trade it. 252. And the reason for this plop down here, because I'm busy talking about how Bookmap plots stuff. This is the market on close imbalance orders right here. Boom, bitty, boom, bitty, boom. And let's go see what they look like in market on imbalance. Ooh, nothing. Wow, nothing. Sell side, buy side, sell side, sell side. 67 million sell side, 317 million buy side, 67 million sell side, and 263 million sell side. Imbalance on these instruments. And this is just, I think I copied, or maybe not. I guess I didn't yesterday. I don't have any recent ones. I mean, these are nothing numbers. We've had 7 billion, in here the other day. Billion with a B. Yeah. I think everybody's on pins and needles, holding their breath, crossing their fingers, doing whatever it is they do ahead of this thing tonight at 8 Central Standard, or 2000, my guess. So there you go. Remember my usual speech that the most important, or the most critical tool you have in your toolbox is you in your office. I'm sorry, I'm not thinking right. Thinking of something else. And that's actually serious. All the money we spend on, and time and effort, sorting out and choosing monitors and software packages and learning how to code and indicators and strategizing for setups and strategies is completely useless. Your eyes take in all that data and your brain processes it all. If either one of those two weak links in the chain are not functioning properly, you might as well throw all the rest of your crap in the garbage. Period. It's meaningless. It can't do anything without you. So you better be, and we are coming to work in one of the most highly competitive businesses or environments that exists on the earth. Except maybe being a soldier or something. I mean, the most highly paid, educated, supported, and funded and equipped traders in the world come in to trade for the high time frame people, and now it's all going to algorithms. They say between 75 and 80% of all high time frame stuff is algorithmic trading. Those things are making decisions, AI-based decisions and trades in nanoseconds, and they never make a mistake, and they never go to lunch, and they never sleep, they never get tired. And you're going to come in and you're hungover underwear, decide you're going to be consistently profitable. I think you need to be fit, well rested, well hydrated, not on emotional tilt. Just stand a chance. Is what I think. So take that on board. I think it's the greatest opportunity that can happen to somebody, but it's also, remember that about, maybe 3 to 5% of traders succeed. There's a reason for that. So there you go. And we'll shut this bad boy down at the top of the hour. I don't shut the stream. I close the stream down. And I'm not going to let it run past 2000 because that's just going to be a ridiculously long stream. But I will certainly have all my machines don't shut down. I open them all up Sunday night and they don't quit until, sometime on the weekend when I reboot everything. But I will be watching, surely watching at 8 o'clock to see what happens. Not necessarily what he says, but I'll be watching the markets. Thanks a lot for coming by. I really appreciate it. Thumbs up, subscribe. That'd be super. Contribute in the chat. That's really great. It's a solitary endeavor, It's really nice to, I stand here for, 10 hours a day or something. I start standing here around 6 and doing the reports and going through things and the streams all day and into the evening doing homework stuff. So it's nice to have some feedback and interaction with people there in the chat. Absolutely. Big thanks to Antonio and Anthony and Richard when he drops in and whomever to see me and, anybody. Hundreds of thousands of troops. Jesus, think about that. That's a world war, hundreds of thousands of troops. And I'll tell you another thing I think, this is pure speculation. China is over there they're counting everything in Russia. They're counting every bomb that blows up. And they know just how depleted our arsenals are, America's arsenals. If China ever wanted a time to strike Taiwan, boy oh boy, is this it. America's on its ass. We've got, the clown car at the helm. Oil prices are crazy. The supply chain is knocked down. We got our troops spread all over the place. And we're, going through $1 million munitions like grain through a goose. It's, I really hope they that somebody gets a handle on this and that they realize that this is a serious world. This is not, Mar-a-Lago or Atlantic City or some thing like that. This is a serious situation they're in. And if you stop and think about it, there is nobody in the cabinet with any experience. The closest person to having any experience, and that's basically none, is Rubio, because he's been a senator that I am aware of. And Trump, I don't count Trump as having experience because everybody knows he's just pretty much checked out and he can't be bothered to read reports and, all those things we've all heard. And I saw some stuff. Yeah, take care of yourself. Take care of yourself. Have a great afternoon, Anton. Yeah, he gets all tied up, word salad trying to make a speech, and it's just pretty weird. And or maybe now the first go around, Trump point one, he had people like Bolton, career ambassador, Defense Department generals, around him. We got the defense secretary is a freaking Fox News host. I think he was in the military at one point, but never career, and it was a Fox News host. That's this guy's experience. Tulsi Gabbard, I think, has had some experience in Intel, but I'm not sure what exactly. And the story at that point when she was brought into the thing was that she was on a TCA watch list for her repeated trips and stuff to Russia. Something like that. I don't know. All right, that's 1500, and I've had enough of this fun. I'm going to go do what I said and rest my eyes. And there you go. And they'll be, all hands on deck at 2000 to hear what the hell this got to say. So have yourself a real great evening. Go rest your eyes, take a walk, do some push-ups, squats, run around the house, chase mom around the house, do something fun. See you later.